The car to go, completely error.
Okay. Let's test the audio.
Okay.
Yeah, you get it.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Please, iPhone 11, can you change to your name, please? The person using PC, can you change to your name so that we know who is here? Thank you. iPhone 11, can you change to your name, please? The person using PC, can you change to your name so that we know who is here? Thank you. Are you PC? Are you PC?
Host, unmute yourself. Oh. You can hear some background voice noise. Hmm?
Oh, please. This person has literally giving it this right moment. So, reach out to me. I do really cool. No, it doesn't know it's just.
Please, the person using Nokia 10C, can you change to your name, please? Nokia C10, please change to your name. Thank you. Please, person using Nokia C10, can you change to your name? iPhone 11, please change to your name. ITEL P33 Plus, please change to your name. Thank you. Person using iPhone 11, please, can you change it to your name? The person using ITEL P33, can you change it to your name, please? Yes, ITEL P33, raising your hand. What's the issue? Can you unmute yourself and talk, please? ITEL P33, what is the issue? Unmute yourself and speak. Yes, why are you raising your hand, sir? ITEL P33.
Hello. 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 You check the earpiece. You check the earpiece. Hello.
Ó sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Èwo ni ẹ? Okay. Ó ní ilé wa. Ẹ̀yàn wo bọ́ọ̀lù nílé.
Please, Samsung SM, can you rename yourself, please? Samsung SM, rename yourself.
challenge ni pé ẹ bá bọ́ sórí screen kò lè iná yóò lè máa dùn. So except like that, bí máa dùn wọn lórí.
Good morning, everyone. We do apologize for the delay in commencing the program. We are starting now. We welcome every one of you to the 6th International Conference and Exhibitions being organized by the School of Science and the Yaba College of Technology. We'll begin with the national anthem now. We welcome every one of you to the 6th International Conference and Exhibitions being organized by the School of Science, the Yaba College of Technology. We'll begin with the national anthem now. We welcome every one of you to the 6th International Conference and Exhibitions being organized by the School of Science, the Yaba College of Technology. We'll begin with the national anthem now. We welcome everyone to the 6th being organized by science. Thank you, everyone. Once again, you are all welcome to this 6th International Conference Exhibitions organized by the School of Science in Yaba College of Technology. The theme for the program is Science and Technology, Accelerators for Innovation and Transformation. And it's starting on this 21st day of September 2022. I would like to recognize some very special and distinguished personalities that have been invited to this conference. I acknowledge the chief host, Engineer Obafemi Omokungbe, Director of Yaba College of Technology, the convener of the program, the Dean of Science, Chief J.O. Aderounmu, our lead presenter for today, Dr. Joseph Olakunle Koka, as well as our keynote speaker, Dr. Mrs. L.N. Ofodili. Of course, every one of you is equally important. All conference participants, you are highly welcome to this special program. On this note, I'm going to invite the chairman of the conference, Dr. O.O. Olufolabo, to give his opening speech. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
Director of Yaba College of Technology, Engineer Obafemi Omokungbe, Principal Staff of the college, the lead paper presenter, Associate Prof. J.O. Koka, Department of Physics, Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agowe, Ogun State. The keynote speaker, Dr. Mrs. L.N. Ofodile, the Media Past Director, College Central Research, of Yaba College of Technology, the deans of schools and directors, heads of service units, members of academy board, heads of departments, distinguished colleagues in the School of Science and Yaba College of Technology, delegates from other tertiary institutions, and participants all over the globe, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Dean, heads of the department, and entire members of the School of Science, Yaba College of Technology, I extend a very sincere warm welcome to you all to our 6th Biennial International Conference for the School of Science with the theme, Science and Technology, Accelerators for Innovations and Transformation. This year's conference is organized for the general audience to gain insights and information that will remain effective in their profession and to meet the needs of the nation. The theme and sub-themes for discussion for this year's conference were chosen keeping in mind the needs of these our communities and our dear nation. So before I end my speech, I would like to express my heartly gratitude to members of the organizing committee and various subcommittees who sincerely were committed to this event to make it a reality, despite the unpredictable situations and challenges we are in at the moment. And I hope this conference will be profitable and fruitful to everyone participating. Thank you all. You are all welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olufolabo, for that welcome to the opening speech. On this note, I'm going to invite the Dean, School of Science, Chief J.O. Aderounmu, who will be representing the Rector for the opening speech. The Dean, sir, you are welcome.
Uh, the director's address at the 6th International Conference of the School of Science, Yaba College of Technology. I am principal officers of the college, the lead paper presenter, Associate Professor J.O. Kuka, Department of Physics, Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agowi, Ogun State. The keynote speaker, Dr. Mrs. Ellen Ofodile, former Director, College Central Research, Yaba College of Technology. Deans of schools, directors and heads of service units, members of academic board, head of departments, distinguished colleagues in the School of Science and Yaba College of Technology, delegates from other tertiary institutions, invited guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 6th Biennial International Virtual Conference of School of Science, Yaba College of Technology, taking place today, 21st, and tomorrow, 22nd of September, 2022. The theme for this year's 6th International Conference of School of Science, Science and Technology, Accelerators for Innovation and Transformation, is timely considering the myriad of challenges facing us today as a nation and globally. Some of the challenges include high level of insecurity, poverty, inadequate power supply, dwindling resources, oil theft, terrorism, hyperinflation, food shortages, and many more. The ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine aggravated our challenges, thereby causing energy crisis, interruption of food chain supply, humanitarian emergencies, devaluation of currency, and economic hardship all over the globe. The theme of this year's conference can provide everlasting solutions to all these challenges, as science and technology are accelerators for innovation and transformation. Let me congratulate the Dean School of Science, Chief J.O. Aderounmu, for organizing this conference where scientists, researchers, technologists, and academics from all over the world brainstorm to showcase their research output, knowledge, and expertise on science and technology accelerators for innovation and transformation to address the myriad of challenges facing us today. On behalf of the management, academic staff, and students of this institution, I hereby declare 6th International Conference open. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Chief J.O. Aderounmu, representing the Rector, Engineer Obafemi Omokunbe. Of course, the Dean, who has just spoken on behalf of the Rector, is the host of this program, the convener. And as such, he will still be coming to give his own opening welcome address. So I welcome you now in the capacity as the Dean School of Science. I welcome.
Thank you very much. The Rector, sir, principal officers of the college, the lead paper presenter, Associate Professor J.O. Kuka, Department of Physics, Faculty of Science, Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agowi, Ogun State. The keynote speaker, Dr. Mrs. Ellen Ofodile, former Director, College Central Research Laboratory. Deans of schools, directors, and heads of service units, chief lecturers, deputy registrars, heads of department, distinguished colleagues in the School of Science and Yaba College of Technology, delegates from other tertiary institutions and other invited guests and participants, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Rector, Yaba College of Technology, Engineer Femi Omokunbe, staff and students of the School of Science, the conference organizing committee and subcommittees, I'm pleased and honored to welcome all participants to the opening ceremony of the 6th International Virtual Conference of our school. Theme for this year's biannual conference, Science and Technology, Accelerators for Innovation and Transformation, is timely considering the challenges facing Nigeria and the world today. Some of the problems facing us include poverty, high rate of employment, oil theft, food shortages, insecurity, humanitarian emergencies, hyperinflation, post-COVID-19 pandemic economic realities, climatic issues, energy crisis, dwelling resources, and so on and so forth. In addition, the impacts of ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine have affected global supply chain and economy. This impact have created untold hardship around the globe. This year's conference, which focuses on science and technology, accelerators for innovation and transformation, have the following keywords: science, technology, innovation, and transformation. What is science? Science encompasses the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observations and experiments, while technology is the application of scientific knowledge for practical purposes. Innovation is the creation, development, and implementation of a new product, process, or service with the aim of improving efficiency, effectiveness, or competitive advantage, while innovation is the successful exploitation of these new ideas. Transformation is a process of change and development, the outcome of a system, person, group, or organization that undergoes paradigm-shifting change. Transformation refers to pervasive forms of development that occur in every culture as an aspect of every rite of passage in the grand movement from one social paradigm to the next. Science, technology, innovation, and transformation play critical roles in fostering access to knowledge, increasing productivity, industrialization, economic growth, and the creation of decent jobs, promoting health and access to essential drugs, achieving food security through sustainable, equitable agricultural systems, and by raising production and incomes, especially of smallholder farms, promoting renewable energy technologies in order to respond to the dual challenges of reducing energy poverty while mitigating climatic changes. Areas of human endeavors which science and technology have affected great impacts are as follows: biotechnology innovation, entrepreneurial innovation, green chemistry, biomathematics, geophysical transformation, and communication physics, nanotechnology and artificial intelligence, energy and environment as a relation for cleaner air and water, statistical innovation, and security, defense, and other related fields. Transformation is critical, and science and innovation are key accelerators to achieve these changes. Therefore, this strategy will help us to achieve a new level of productivity, quality, diversity, efficiency, and environmental sustainability. It is my great pleasure to welcome our distinguished guest speakers, whose expertise in the areas of science, technology, and innovation will make a great impact on all researchers and participants present here today. Finally, I want to thank you all for participating in the 2022 School of Science 6th International Conference. I wish you all fruitful deliberation, a productive and memorable conference. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean, Chief Gio Aderomu, for that wonderful presentation. On this note, we want to get into the lead paper presentation for this very conference. And to do that, I would want to read the citation of our lead paper presenter, Dr. Joseph Olakunle Coker, Dr. J.O. Coker is an erudite scholar as well as an associate professor of applied geophysics from Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. He was born on the 6th of December, 1963 in Ile-Ife. He is an indigene of Ogun State from Abeokuta South local government area. Dr. J.O. Coker embarked on his career journey with a Bachelor of Science degree in physics from the Premier University of Ibadan in 1990. Like the insatiable Oliver Twist, he demanded for more in his quest for further knowledge. He bagged a Master's of Science in Geology in 1994 from the same University of Ibadan, a Master's of Science in Physics from Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta in 2011, and a PhD in Physics in 2014 from the same university, that is the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. His intuitive mind, no doubt, must have told him that it wasn't enough to be a born teacher. You must be a certificated teacher, for which reason he undertook a postgraduate diploma in education from the University of Sokoto in 2006, thus becoming a true Nigerian. Dr. J.O. Coker undertook an advanced professional training course on geotechnical site investigations in Johannesburg, South Africa in 2016. He has professional membership with several bodies, including Science Association of Nigeria, Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society, International Research and Development Institute, Council of Mining Engineers and Geoscientists, Nigerian Association for Engineering, Geology and the Environment, Nigerian Association of Exploration Geophysicists for Geoscientists. He is also a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Physics. Dr. Joseph Olakunle Coker was the best National Association of Physics Students President, University of Ibadan, 1989-1990 session, as well as the Olabisi Onabanjo University Faculty of Science Award of Excellent Departmental Personality of the Year in 2016. His wife couldn't have been more proud of Amanda then. Our lead speaker for this 6th International Conference of School of Science, Dr. J.O. Coker, has several scholarly publications to his credit. He has 64 publications in reputable international journals, 11 textbooks in physics and applied physics. He has participated and presented scholarly papers in 30 different conferences in and outside Nigeria, as well as in the United States of America. And he has also supervised several research projects at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels. He was at a time a chief lecturer, acting dean, School of Technology, Pure and Applied Sciences at the former Lagos State Polytechnic between November 2010 and April 2014. He was a part-time lecturer as well as a facilitator at the National Open University Lagos between November 2005 and August 2012. He was also a part-time lecturer at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta Physics Department between September 1995 and October 1997. Presently, he is an associate professor and head of department at the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, in the Department of Physics. Associate Professor J.O. Coker is happily married, and the union is blessed with 4 children as an empirical and practical demonstration of the 4 main compass directions he's been teaching back then in high school at Abeokuta, at the Lagos State Polytechnic, National Open University, and now Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye. Join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming Dr. Joseph Olalero Coker as he presents his paper on the theme Science and Technology Accelerators for Innovation and Transformation. You are welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be here this morning as the lead speaker for this sixth conference, international conference and exhibition. First and foremost, I want to thank the rector of this great institution of Yaba Tech, in person of engineer Obafemi Omokunwe, for this opportunity given to me and for embracing academics work here, especially research and conferences. I equally want to thank the convener, the host, that's in person of Chief J.O. Aderounmu. Incidentally, I'm also J.O., and I was even told that it's Joseph, I'm also Joseph. So I don't know the last O, whether it's Olakunle. So, so I'm so much delighted for that great opportunity. I equally want to express my appreciation to Dr. Mrs. Ellen Ofodile, the immediate past director, College Central Research Lab. I met her about 20 years ago, but I came here for work. I want to thank the chairman for this conference in person of Dr. Olufolabu OO, and all the organizers that I might not be able to mention their names. You have done credibly well, and in a time like this, you can still make time out of no time for people to come together so that they can now present their research work. From there, we'll be able to get a resolution towards this topic that have been proposed or given. I want to start sharing. Okay. Good. Eh? F5. 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 Okay. The culture. No. Front or back? The title of this presentation is Science and Technology, Accelerators for Innovation and Geophysical Transformation. The theme of this conference is timely and also relevant to the development and growth of the nation. It is also akin to telling ourselves how science and technology can be used as accelerator for innovation and transformation. When you look at science and technology, it has been mentioned by our dean, you can see that it plays a unique role in wealth creation, in improving the quality of life and economic growth. There is no nation that can grow economically without science and technology. It is on this premise that this paper examines the concept of science and technology as tool for innovation and transformations. We have some definitions of terms like science. It comes from the Latin word, we call it scientia, meaning knowledge. And it is a practical way of carrying out an observation. When you observe something, then from there, you can now come up with a final say, whether that thing you observe is real or not, after you must have already subjected it to experiments. You remember, when you talk about experiment or theory or law, especially in physics, before you have a law or theory in physics, we start with a hypothesis. And when you say hypothesis, it means a scientific guess statement. in which is yet to be tested or experimented. There was a kind of hypothesis by the philosopher, which we call the first man scientist and also physicist, called Aristotle. So Aristotle said that if you drop two objects together at the same time, that both will reach the ground at the same time. But they believed this because he was a great philosopher for years. After some years, came Galileo Galilei. So Galileo Galilei now performed experiments in order to confirm that scientific guess statement, because it was not performed before. So he went to a tower in Italy and dropped two different objects. For example, say a stone and a paper. So we find out that the stone got to the ground before the paper. So he now said that, fine, if the paper is wrapped with something, it will get to the ground at the same time. So that called for amending the hypothesis before it could become law. And what is the amendment? The amendment says that if you drop two objects together at the same time, they will reach the ground provided air resistance is not considered eligible. And that is where science comes from. And all over the year, people begin to make use of this. And that's why theory or law, not until subjected to experimentation or you subject it to a practical, it will remain like that. And we find out that a lot of theory and experiment, such as that of Dalton, Galileo, Newton, among many others, which have already performed a lot of experiments. And when you look at technology, it's application of scientific knowledge. Scientific knowledge cannot stand aloof without subjecting it to a practical way, where it will now bring about technology. And it is an application of knowledge for practical purpose. Accelerator, a person or thing that causes something to happen or develop more quickly. Or you can say an accelerator make things go or accelerate. Innovation is something that you come up with, which you can call a new idea, you can call a new method, you can call it a new product. So if a country is existing without innovation, that country will not last. And from that innovation, we have what we call a transformation, which is a mark of change in a particular formation. But if there's no change, automatically, even life, if you don't change, then you're dead too. Because the way I was 50 years ago is not the way I am today, whether in statures, whether in height, whether in color, whether in age, and the likes. So change takes place, and that is the real word for transformation. Why I said this thing is so much okay for a time we are now is when you look at relationship between science and technology, we find out that they have impacted on our day-to-day life. For example, we get up in the morning from the ringing of our alarm clocks. In those days, before the invention of science and technology for the creation of this alarm, it is the hen or fowl that normally wake us up, and they have different sounds. If it is 3 o'clock, the first sound is 3 o'clock or 3:30, it will do cuckoo. So those days when there is no time, no watch, old people then they know that it's 3 o'clock or after 3. Then immediately after 5, that's the last one they are going to give, and they will give it this way. Cuckoo. You see, that shows that the morning has come eventually. And these are the things that have been before. But nowadays, we look at our watch, then we enjoy it. Not that alone. We equally find out that we control our lights on and off. Even where you are sleeping, you can control it with remote control switch. So other than you going in there to off it. So The same thing with fans and air conditioner that is now available. Unlike before, if you want to get air, it's either you go outside to get fresh air, but not like Lagos. It can be in Abeokuta, it can be in Ekiti, it can be in Ondo, it can be in Lori, but Lagos is crowded. If you go outside, you say you wanted to take breeze, you are taking another person release, and that can pollute your body. Okay, but with the advent of science and technology, we're able to have air conditioners that you can put it on, and if you don't have that, you can put on a fan, and you enjoy your sleep without any things. So all these luxuries that we are able to avoid as a result of science and technology, without technology, listen, science becomes impotent. And without science, technology does not exist. It's a fact. This therefore shows that there's a symbolic relationship between science and technology. Without science and technology in any nation, there'll be no progress and development. No, you can't get it. Science and technology have introduced us to the establishment of modern civilization. It is hard to imagine our life now in the context of 21st century without science and technology. Indeed, our existence itself depends on it. In the past, before the advent of science and technology, things are done in a crude way with much more pains that are unbearable, such as movement. If you want to move from one place to another, you have to take a walk. I was told by my great-grandfather then that I met when I was very young. He said he used to trek from Lagos to Ibadan. That's the way they do it those days, because there is nothing like vehicle that we are making use of now. But later, donkeys were introduced that can even carry load, then followed by bicycles, motorcycles, vehicles, railways, ships, aeroplane, and now helicopters. So you can see that if I want to travel from here now, even with this means of transportation, they are different. One is better than the other. If I wanted to go to Port Harcourt now, let's say I go on a bicycle, I don't know the number of days that will take me, maybe about 30 days. If I go on a vehicle, maybe about 12 hours or thereabouts. Or if I go on a plane, just within an hour, I'll get there fresh and relaxed. So this is what science and technology have brought to our door. Then we want to look at it in agriculture. We are just looking at this paraphrase before we really go into physical transformation. So in farming was done with hard labor, using cutlasses and hoes, with low farm yield, unlike nowadays, where we have what we call mechanized farming, with high yield of farm product. But this mechanized farming that we are talking of, we find out that many of the developing countries, like us, Nigeria, we don't have this mechanized, the tractors and the lights at the larger level, or as many as it is expected. We still need to work on it so that it can really help the farmer. The FAO, that is a Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, has stated that farmers and food producers will have to confront and overcome the difficulty of producing enough food to feed the entire world population by the year 2050. This is what we call food insecurity. And anything in the universe depends on food. If you don't eat for the next 30 days, I don't think you will survive, you exist. Even within a day or 2 days, you don't eat, you don't drink water, it's going to affect you. Now food production is being challenged one way or the other due to the atmosphere and all the challenges that we are having. But with the help of mechanized farming, this problem can be solved. So for this reason, the use of technology or machinery, particularly in the field of food production, has had a significant impact on the agricultural sector, reducing the amount of manual labor required of many farmers, thus improve the yield of various crops, greatly helping the farmers. But we are not yet there. We also look at it in healthcare. So we find out that in healthcare, when somebody is unhealthy, most of the time they think of something else to that life. Why? Because of lack of a scientific diagnosis and medication. It will be concluded that that person is an ogbanje. When the guy is sick, maybe for a month, those days, you see them quite shocked in nature, and at times they can conclude that he's a witch or a wizard and will be left unattended to until he or she died. What a pity. But with advances in scientific knowledge and its application, it has helped to slow the trend of high fertility, high mortality, and has led to the increasingly better health for many people in developing countries. But we are yet to get to the level that it is expected of us. Telehealth. There's a new innovations now. We call it telehealth. This telehealth use digital information and communication technologies to access healthcare services, and it's becoming more and more affordable methods of healthcare and increase considerably. You remember during COVID-19, to address the challenge of providing health services at home, it was because of this telehealth through video conferencing. Then the medical doctor can direct. During the COVID, nobody goes out, and we find out that some people that are sick at home, if not for the help of this telehealth, many people have died. Because some people even that want to go to the hospital, they are fearful that when they get there, they will say that they have COVID. You see a case of somebody that has leg pain, leg problem. By the time he got to the hospital, they say it's COVID. And they pack him along with people that have COVID, and they take him away like that. So people eventually say, no, they won't go to the hospital. But with this telehealth, there's a video conferencing with the doctor. You can talk to the doctor. The doctor will tell you, okay, you want to treat this wound. Okay, take this medicine, take the continue. You are seeing the doctor, they will be directing, and that has helped a lot. What of email, telephone, and smartphones app? This is figure 1, which shows FaceTime with grammar source, where they are directing through the telehealth. Not that alone, there's something we call robotics in healthcare. Robots in the medical field are transforming how surgeries are performed. See, robot perform, they support the consultants in performing the surgery, streamlining supply delivery and disinfection. Currently, even during the COVID-19 pandemic, if not for robots, we saw it especially in advanced countries. The robots are now used not only in the operation room, but also in clinical setting to support healthcare workers and enhance patient care. So it was used to reduce exposure to pathogens. We have seen places outside the country, especially, where robots will be the one to clean the hospital, will be the one to give the food, will be the one to administer the medications and the likes. But in the developing country where we are, we are yet to get there. So this challenge that we have concerning science and technology, that we need to work harder so that we can get to the level of a developed country. What of information communication technology? This capture, processing, storage, and transmit vocal, visual, textual, and numerical information using microelectronics-based computers and telecommunication. Nwado is saying, and Ozioko 2011, say it is the most revolutionary technology of our age, and its growth has benefited from strong collaboration between the government and numerous private sector, including individuals. So we make use of ICT in a greater way. One of good examples that is close to us is the mobile telephone. that we are using now, that we call GSM, it was identified as having been one of the most significant products of science and technology that had made huge contributions to the society. Apart from using it to, what's it called, to answer calls or to send messages, we find out that it has a greater use. When the mobile phone started, we find out that the transformation was so great between 2004 and now. Then the mobile phone was the weight 750 grams in 1987, and just less than some years in 2004, the weight now is around 70 grams. So it has helped us greatly. If you look, this is a sample of Sagem. How many of us remember Sagem? Motorola and the likes. You see, they are very heavy. At times, when you are calling, some people normally say that or one Rumi, that they call me back. The hand is paying me. Because by the time you hold it for about 10-20 minutes, you feel the pain. And even before the invention of this GSM, we find the table phone that we normally make use of, especially at the night time. I remember those days, about 40 years ago, or even more than that, that if I want to call my father then, go to the night or they wanted to call us, you will sleep there. Maybe around 5 p.m., they will be trying at a pole. That's a pole. They connect the table phone with it. So you pay a token and you continue. So waste time and all this life. But nowadays, the reverse is the case. And we thank God for the advent of science and technology. But at the 21st century, we can see there's an advancement from the use of the telephone. Now, where many devices like computer and other devices like calculator, like camera, like organizer, like diary, and so on, that have been embedded inside the modern mobile phone. Life without the mobile phone is unimaginable at present. As a result, the number of mobile phone users has increased greatly, almost beyond our expectation. And I know they can still do more of it. Then what of in digital workplaces? By the end of June 2020, post-COVID, 42% of the United States labor force now work from home as full-time. Then nobody can go out and we still have to work. While we scramble to find the best way to work remotely, collaboration software boom. In 2020, the global video conferencing market reached USD 7.87 billion, more than double the previous year. In general, employees now responded positively to the convenience of Wi-Fi Live, but employers also noticed the benefit of renting an offices. So science and technology has helped us in this area. Many people do online businesses now, which we call a digital workplace. Many sales through online, Gigi and all these names, Jumia and the likes, and other people that connected that has some followers, so they can sell their goods and what have you. They don't need to rent an office. They don't need to move from one place to another again. So the moment you requested for the materials, you go into a deal, then they have people to go and do what? To deliver it. So these are the advent of science and technology. Also in online teaching. It has also helped us in online teaching greatly. At the peak of the COVID pandemic, in fact, COVID has helped us a lot to develop science and technology at a faster rate than before the COVID time. Over 1.6 billion children in about 195 countries around the globe were sent home as classroom closed during the COVID. After 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, when it seems as if COVID is not going, then people begin to use online teaching, like video conferencing tools and other digital services. Then learning apps, virtual tutoring, and e-learning software. All these now make a high demand. I remember even the institutions that I belong to, I remember on 31st, December 31st, 2020, we are taught how to make use of Team, Microsoft Team, because January 3rd or 5th, we enter into online teaching, the higher institutions. So these are the events of science and technology. You can see figure 3, showing schooling online. So the student, the guy you can see looking at the teaching from the online. Now, I want to go into the role of science and technology in geophysical transformation. When you look at geophysical, we find out that there are a lot of things that encompasses this transformation, and it has helped us greatly. When you look at geology, is the study of rocks and how the earth is being formed, and the particular force that is majorly make use of, which we call compressional forces. And geophysics is an aspect of geology, right? Which is the application of physics to study the earth, to study the atmosphere, to study the ocean, to study the near earth space. And this made use of principles and concepts of physics, and that's why they call it geophysics. We have different types of geophysical methods that can be used depending on the choice of techniques on what you are working on, okay? If you, maybe you want to work on engineering structure, because a transformation has taken place in engineering structure now. And that is why before you site a house or build a house, especially if the house is a story building, maybe 3, 4, and the likes, even if it is bungalow, you have to do some geophysical work where you make use of a seismic method. On a seismic method, we have 2 types. We have seismic refraction and also seismic reflection. It is that of the seismic reflection that is majorly used in the oil industry, while seismic refraction is majorly used in engineering structure. So when you make use of it, it will tell you the distance or depth that you have to do your foundation, and whether you are going to do raft foundation or you are going to make use of pillars and the support before you start the building on it. So with that help, it has helped us greatly. But we find out that many people, they say, how do I pay for geophysical survey before I build my house? Maybe, and the amount of money I don't think is more than 100,000 or 200 maximum to do the survey before you build. But we find out that many people lost millions of nairas at the end of the day when they build, and they build on the wrong foundation, or they did not get to the depth that is supposed to build, then the building collapse. And that's one of the reasons we're having collapse of building. Somebody that dug a foundation for 5-story building, and at the end of the day, he want to make it 7. It's not possible because of the host materials, which we call the host rock that are there. If you build on the clay, clay will give way after some time, because during the dry season, clay will buckle. During the wet season, it will attract water, it will swell up. And after some times, what happens? The building will tilt. And the way you know that something is happening with the building is that you begin to see a crack on that wall. Or at times, the tiles will be peeling up. The paint will be peeling inside. So those are the way you know that there's something happening with the foundation of this building. Now that alone, we have a gravity method, which operating physical properties is density. We have magnetic one, which is magnetic susceptibility, that you can use for mineral exploration, to exploit for minerals. Then we have electrical resistivity, which is majorly used, especially in groundwater exploration. So before the advent of science and technology, there is no pipe-borne water, and people have to depend on surface water, such as lake, stream, and river water. And this water can be polluted with feces, and which we now call death, disease, and eventually sickness and death. I used to remember that when you are in the village, you find out that the water that is flowing, somebody at the top will be passing a excreta at the front. You that were a bit down there, what are you doing? You begin to drink the water with your hand. Then when somebody is passing out the feces up there, so at the end of the day, it can bring about sickness and it can equally cause death. So that's why the needs of the WHO in 2008 says that the needs of the 1.3 billion people who live without access to adequate fresh water, they are available, and if they are not met, then their number will increase. And by the time we look at it at 2022 now, then I'm so sure that the number must have multiplied, or whose health and livelihoods are endangered by environmental degradation, call for development of new technologies. Now, in search for potable water, what do people do then? They begin to dig well. And most of the time, this well dug, especially during the dry season, dry up, because you did not get to the aquifer. Okay, that's the water bearing. So if you don't get to the aquifer of that well, automatically when you see water and you stop there, automatically during the dry season it will dry up. And we find out that some people, even in their own building, they have to locate 3 different places in which the dog, at the end of the day, it also dry up. Then, no scientific way to locate where to dig to get water. What did they use then? They use of traditional method. And that traditional method is called dowsing. What is dowsing? Dowsing is the traditional method where you make use of 2 singular brooms. One broom, another one broom, left and right hand. You stay in the front of that plot that you wanted to dig. You'll be going. As you are going, where your 2 brooms crosses each other, that is where you suggest that you will drill, you will get water. And it fails. Some works, but those that work, I don't think they're up to 5%. Okay? But with advances in science and technology, scientific approach is now applied where geophysical methods are employed to locate groundwater potential zones. One of the major geophysical methods used is electrical resistivity method, where some larger array of configuration, which we call DS, particle electric sounding, and be employed, and also Wenner array, which we call 2D. So for this presentation, I'm going to quickly give a typical example where we apply geophysical method, because we are talking about geophysical transformation now, and how it works, and where we have challenge in those areas. Majorly in geophysics or geophysical method, we have 2 major terrain. We have the one we call crystalline basement. Okay, so I took example from one crystalline basement, that is Ibadan. It's purely basement. And another terrain, we call it sedimentary terrain. So Lagos State is sedimentary terrain. So I took another example from Lagos, where work experiments are being conducted, and we're able to solve people's problem in terms of water. Okay, and for the basement terrain, then again, at times, we have what we call transition zone. Transition zone is where you transit from basement to sedimentary within each other. We have plenty like that. They are in Ogun State, especially in Abeokuta. When you want to enter Abeokuta, you are coming from Shagam. So all these are part of the terrain. So the search for groundwater has become quite intense in human history, even up till now as we are talking. And this is due to the fact that government is unable to meet the ever-increasing water demand. I remember those days in the 90s, when I was in Abeokuta, when you on the tap inside your flat, inside your room, water will be flowing. Government supply water there. But by the time we enter 96, 2000, thereabouts, they couldn't meet up with water again. And the water is life. You can't do without water. And if it happened like that in Southwest here, how much more in the North? Because I'm just thinking loud that to solve water problem there, it will be so hard. And that's why many of them fell sick, have some diseases, rashes, and the likes. So the inhabitants have to look for alternative source, such as surface stream, shallow well, and boreholes. Ibadan is our case study now because we are looking at the typical investigation of groundwater potential of Ibadan Estate, Ibadan Southwest, Nigeria. By the word groundwater potential, what do we mean? We mean that, let's take for example, we want to get a water here, groundwater in this classroom that we are. You have to apply geophysical method in order to do that. So it's possible that where you are going to get the groundwater, the aquifer, might be this point, or might be this point, or might be at the down point there. You can't tell, not until you perform the physical experiments on it. But when you look at Ibadan generally, Ibadan, they have problem of water, groundwater, let's say, for example. And that is why this one was done in Ibadan Estate, very close to Akobo, Ojoini. It's an estate where there are a lot of complaints that they couldn't get water. There was a particular building that we enter into. We found out that they've dug about 3 wells within the same compound. So we asked, what's going on? They said, well, when they dug, they get water. After some time, the water dry off and they couldn't continue. Now say, have you ever applied your physical method? They say, no, they've not applied your physical method. So that's why we have to do the research work at that Ibadan to apply your physical method in order to solve the problem of water in that estate. So the study area, as I've said, is Precambrian Nigeria complex. That is the terrain of Ibadan. And in Ibadan area, there are calcite, banded gneisses, those are the dominant rocks type there, and granite gneisses. Associated rocks, suite, found in all the major outcrops in the study area included pegmatite and quartz veins. So when we are moving around the estate, we find some of the associated rock that are major outcrops. Some rocks were even picked. So we find them that they are pegmatite and quartz veins. Generally, wells from quartzite areas produce more water than wells from other rock types. This is because their transmissivity and permeability are higher due to the presence of features and quartz veins, according to Olorunfemi, 1992. So the groundwater is contained in weathered and fractures or joint basement. What do we mean when we are talking about all this weather or fracture? You see, at the underground, where we have the subsurface, this is surface, at the subsurface, there are layers there. In that layers, if there's a place where there's a crack, which we call fracture in geophysics, there's a line that breaks the rock that is there. So that would be a direction where water can flow easily, okay? So we call it a zones. So these fracture zones or weathered zones, they yield wells, especially in crystalline bedrock terrain. These are maps for regional geology of the Pan-African sheet of Nigeria. Now, the field method that was applied and the data analysis. Electrical resistivity method was made use of. And for this method that been used in exploration by many people, Toad, Mazi, Olayinka, many. When you look at figure 5, it gives us the data acquisition map of the study area, which shows our standing points. And the electrical resistivity method can be best employed or used to estimate the thickness of overbody and also the thickness of weathered or fracture zones with a reasonable accuracy. This is the location map of Ibadan Estate showing standing points. So the VS, which is standing point, was evenly distributed around the estate. And you can see the legend, you can see the main road. Those are the main road, the brownish color. You can see the secondary road, which thicker one, the railway where it passes, and also water body. So there's a water body in that place. So Schlumberger array or configuration was used for this experiment, where we space out the current electrode widely and the potential electrode they are within. So the current electrode, the work current electrode record the current, while the potential difference record the voltage in between. The equipment made use of is called ABEM, SAS 1000 terameter. Okay, so and we make use of AB, that is the distance for overall there is 200 meter. And after we conducted this work, the moment you put in, let's look at this diagram. M and N, that is the potential electrode. A and B, that is the current electrode. And you can see the measuring over there. So with the thermometer, what happens is that the moment you send this signal, we have a cable, we have an electrode that will spread. When you hit the electrode, you are sending signal to the underground. When that signal hits either rock or particular formation, it will come back again. Then the thermometer will record it. After the thermometer has recorded it, then that is data acquisition. So we now take it to the lab for processing. So it is at the lab where you do your processing. We can use a wiggling, we can use a wind resist to do the processing. So that processing will now give you the layers underneath the ground that you cannot see with your physical eyes. Because a lot of things take place under the ground as we are now that you cannot see at all. So after you have done the processing, then you now subject it for interpretation. So for this interpretation, according to table 2, it gives us the subsurface parameters, and the sandy curve that we find here majorly is 3-layer types of VS curves, which we call H. We have different layers. We have the names for them. What do we call layers? You see, this is the surface of the earth. The moment you go a bit down, that's first layer. You go second layer, third layer, fourth layer. So when you send your signal down, it depends on the formation down. If the formation is 3 layers, it will give you 3 layers after the processing and interpretation. If it is 5, 6, 7 layers, it will give you the numbers of layers by the time you go down the figure. So we find out that after we have done this, we have both the 3 curves, layer, and also 4, which are QH, HA, and KH. But H type is commonly water saturated, which is often characterized by low resistivity. So that's a condition for it to have enough water, high porosity, and low specific heat, and low permeability. So the result of the VS interpretation was used to generate 2D basement relief or topographic map, weather layer resistivity map, and active fan unit, that is thickness map. Similarly, interpreted results was also used to draw the geologic section, and they were correlated with available borehole logs. So this is the table, the lithology, the vent stations, and the layers. We have the first VS give us 4 layers, the second one give us 3 layers, the third one give us 4 layers, and continue like that. So this is processing. After you have processed this curve, you are going to have. So, and this curve has both the resistivity value and also the thickness, which tell us and depict what happened in the subsurface of the ground that we are considering. So after that, then we now we have the 2D basement relief map, which is shown in figure 7. This shows the morphology of subsurface in the area investigated. and it varies over 4 meter to 28 meter with a contour intervals of 6 meter. From the topography map, we find some geological formation, such as troughs and ridges. When you talk about geological formation, which is troughs and ridges, that is where water are being trapped. Okay, so when you are conducting the experiment, you find those places, then you suspect that if you drill that place, you get water. It's a potential, it's a groundwater potential zones that you are looking for. And permit me to tell us that when you are talking about groundwater potential zone, it could be either of these three, or most of the time the three will be present, but you are looking for the best one. Number one, you have the good potential zone. Number two, you have moderate potential zone. And number three, you have a poor potential zone. So the moment you know it's a poor potential zone, I believe you will not go there to dig your well or whatever, because you won't get anything reasonable from that place. So from this formation, we find out that trough is VS 9, 14, and 17, they are for the trough, and verse 13 and 18, that's for the ridges, which predicts the depth at which we can get good groundwater potential, as I've just explained now. Because troughs and ridges, they are what? They are good groundwater collecting zones. Good. So this is the basement relief topographic map. We're able to get this as a result of a geophysical experiment conducted. You know, when you stay outside, you see the surface, but you don't know what is down. This is what is down now. So because of the method, it was able to unravel what we have down. If you look at the map very well, you'll see red, and the depth for red is 28 and above. That's the depth, and that is the good one. Then when you see green and yellow color, so green and yellow color give you between 16 to 28. So that one is giving you moderate. And when you now look from 4 to 10, especially, that is poor. That is a blue color. Fine. Now, if you now look at the map, we'll now find out that for good potential area, as shown by this basement relief and topographic map, the trough are where you can see something like a deep bluish, not dark blue, that light blue, that VS9 and a VS14. Then VS13 and 28, as I'm pointing to it, and VS18. These are the ridges where you can get good water. By the time you take this map into cardinal points, you'll find out that northeast, at northeast, you have a ridge, which is verse 18, where you can drink and get the water. And when you look at northwest, you also have a verse 13. This is northwest, that verse 13, where is also a potential. Then the middle here, also a potential, verse 14, 17, which is the trough. And then verse 9, where I'm pointing to, is also a potential for the good water that we are looking for. So then we equally consider weather layers, resistivity map. Okay? In weather layer resistivity map, it's just to support, because weather layer resistivity map alone cannot be used to infer groundwater potential zone. Why? You still need to consider other factors. And that's why we don't normally make use of it alone in order to consider it. And when you look at the resistivity, you can see that the resistivity here is now the inverse of the thickness that we just saw now. So the resistivity must low because it is inversely proportional to conductivity, where conductivity gives you the thickness or the depth. Fine. So you can see that 20 to 90, that's blue color, that's resistivity. And that is the one that is low, which is below 100, that you can make use of. When you get to up, The red one now, which is 370, is the highest resistivity in which you cannot consider. And by the time you now look at this blue color, where we need to consider low resistivity, you can see that all the low resistivity, they are also here. Verse 14, 17, 18, where we saw it at a topography map, where we also find 18, 17, and whatever. So it's telling us something. Let's continue. By the time we look at the aquifer thickness map, according to figure 9, this one can be used in ranking geology formation because volume of water from each VS station is a function of aquifer thickness. Thus, prediction can be made based on thickness contrast and close resemblance with the weather resistivity layer map. When you look at the entire study area, when we classify it as good, I've mentioned that, moderate, and poor groundwater potential zone, the study reveals that the productive water-bearing zone, because that is what we are after, we are trying to summarize and get to the last lap now of this method. So the productive water-bearing zone, categorized as good potential zone, occurs at southeastern parts, which is verse 19, 16 and 19, and also as a ridge in verse 17, at northern parts, and as an isolated patch, verse 12. But when you look at the western part of the study area, it has a value of thickness greater than 25, which is a good one. A range of value of an aquifer thickness, 15 meter to 25 meter, is suspected to give a moderate groundwater potential zone, in which verse 10, 14, 15, 18, and 24 within the area, while the remaining part of the area is now suspected to be poor potential zone with less than 15 meters. And this is the picture. Okay. So when we finish this research work, we now try to locate some houses that have complaint. And we find out that some houses that have complaint, truly from this research work, they have poor potential zone. That poor potential zone. So the question was that what can they do if compulsory they must get water? Fine. There are some houses that are nearby that suggested that if they can go into collaboration or relationship with them, they will do the ball, you do it together, and they can pipe it to your own place. Although that one cannot be for a long time. And with time, then they can equally heat it. But with well, ordinary well, then they can still get some water. But if you make use of industrial drilling, then it can break the problem. So if you look at this aquifer unit thickness map, if you look towards the west, okay, you look at the west, which is central, like this left side, there's 12, show the red, which is 30 and above. So that's a good one. Then if you come to northeast, verse 17 is between 25 and 30. That's also give us a good groundwater potentials. Okay, but this is a ridge now. This is a trough. If you now come to southeast, you can see verse 16 and verse 19. So this is also good one. So from 25 meter and above depth, they are classified as good potential groundwater. And when you now look at 15 to 25, we call them moderate. That's the one showing with color of green and yellow. And from 5 to 10 or to 15, we show bluish color. So that gives us a poor aquifer thickness. So in conclusion, based on the electrical resistivity survey conducted in the study area at Okebadan, groundwater potential producing zone have been delineated, and the study revealed that about 50% of the study area has poor groundwater potential. So you can see, generally in basement terrain, we have problem of water. And when you now look at Ibadan in general, that's why Ibadan, they are prone to water problems because of the basement, crystalline basement terrain that place has. So weathered and fractured horizon have been identified in the study area underlying vegetations, which constitute the aquifer zones. So the productive groundwater potential zone now identified at the southeastern part as a ridge at the northeastern part and as isolated patch at the western part of the study area. So this is what was recommended, and this paper was published there. And we submitted the reports to them in that estate that guided them in knowing what to do. So without the advent of science and technology, they could have been spending their money, you understand, without getting results. And they could have been sweating without getting results. And the many of them could have been thinking that maybe that land is being cost before they bought it. Or maybe there's an issue with that land that they do not know. So all these things is their traditional something. Science doesn't believe on those things. So with the advent of this, it has helped us to know that actually the only half of the area is good and moderate, while the remaining half, they are poor potential zones. And what can be done is, well, if they go into industrial borehole, so it can still help. And if the whole estate accepted that, or that area, and they do industrial borehole, it can be channeled to individual home. But when you talk about industrial, you understand, it can serve a whole community or what have you. So now, I will quickly want to go into sedimentary so that we'll be able to marry them together. Also, wells and boreholes conducted at dump site, they are prone to pollution and contamination, which may cause death if people drink the contaminated water. Now, this one we are looking at now, we are not looking at virgin. That way we look at, we can call it virgin where there is no dump site. So we want to look at the effects of dump sites on houses around a particular place. If they dump a well with dump site, will it affect them or not? And the dump site depends on the number of years, you know, that dump site has been there. So if it's 50 years and above, that means rain that fell on it, both the biodegradation and non-biodegradation, like nylon, like metal, like television, like most of these things that you dump there, water, rain fell on it, and then from there it percolates into the underground. And it's going to underground, then if there is a fault, you understand, that we call fracture within the ground, then it will allow those pollutions to flow. And it can flow to a particular well, and it will contaminate that well. So, and if they don't know, they'll be drinking the water. They'll be fall sick today and tomorrow. And before you notice it, they'll say they have a fever to high fever to what we call this kind of fever now? Typhoid, thank you. So typhoid, so it continues that way. So, but this one was done in Ewelepe, Lagos, to look at investigation of dump site environmental impacts. And we make use of geophysical and physiochemical techniques so that we can combine it. Geophysical alone cannot give us accurate. Then we have to subject it to physiochemicals.
Put this thing on top. Don't put it on the ordinary ground now. Sonny, you are too careless though. Put it up. Put it on top of that this thing.
When you look at the groundwater quality, it has gained utmost priority in recent times due to high rising contamination of these resources, which pose threat to human well-being and continual existence of man in the environment. So groundwater has pollutions, and it can be from industrial discharges, especially those ones, all the industry in Ikeja, they are prone to it. The one in this toll gate side, this Coca-Cola toll gate. If you are going back to Ikeja here to, what do you call this? So the industrial discharge can be affected. Waste disposal facility runoff from fertilized farmland, among others, according to Ayedun et al. 2011. Dump sites are common sites used for disposal of waste. When they firstly start with a dump site, it's not in the urban. I mean that it is not within where people are. They always site it inside the bush, like this Olusosun. Those days, it was inside the bush at this Ojota site. Nothing, no building far away from it. But we find out that with times, people begin to build house until they build house to meet the dump site, you know. And that dump site has been for years. The fact is still there. For whoever that just built a house there now and now dug a well that wanted to use it for drinking or for anything. So that is the essence of this way, to appreciate the advances in science and technology, according to the title that we have picked, which is for geophysical transformation. Okay, the study area was a Uelepe, and it falls within the sedimentary basin. I told us we have two major terrain. We have basement, we have a sedimentary. The third one is transition zone, which is one of the continental margin of the Gulf of Guinea. The aquifer horizon are the source of groundwater in Lagos. When you talk about aquifer, that's the water-bearing formation. So with the first, a water table with an average thickness of 8 meters, which is mostly harvestable trough dug wells. And the other two are confined aquifers with thickness of 10 to 25 and 10 to 35 respectively, which are harvested through boreholes. There are difference between ordinary wells and boreholes, so we should know that. And there's also difference between the borehole and the industrial borehole. So we give us a greater depth and that can use to solve a lot of problems. So this is the site of a Uelepe dump site. You can see the refuse dump where the experiment was conducted. So data acquisition using geophysical method. The electrical resistivity method comprising the VENS and ERT were used for the investigation of this lateral and vertical migration of the dump site, the chate, and the topological profiling of the study area. We made use of total of 10 VENS and 5 ERT lines. So at that 5 electric resistivity tomography, we made use of 2 VENS on each of the profiles. Both VENS and ERT, they were conducted using a particular instrument called ABEM Terameter SAS1000. And we use when our electrode array was chosen for the ERT, and because it's relative sensitivity to vertical changes, it is observing resistivity below the center of the array. Schlumberger configuration was chosen because of what Luke said in 2000, that for VS measurement, it has depth of penetration beneath the subsurface. So this is the map of the study area at Uelepe, where you have your transverses and you have your VES in between them. So making use of Schlumberger array, the electrode spacing that was made use of AB over 200, which is AB equals to 200 meters, right? And we made use of 5-meter interval between each of the profiles that we are using. We have 5 profiles, we have 5 meters each of the profiles. And permit me to tell us that we make use of a control profiles here as well. We use the one on the dump sites, then we use another one outside the dump site so that we can compare and look at the effect. The processing of the VENS was done with a WinResist software, and the processing of the ERT was done making use of an Earth imager. That's what we use. Okay. For data acquisition using physiochemical methods, we made use of water samples. We collected water samples from 6 boreholes that are around that dump site. And we now subjected it to in-situ measurement with the aid of a particular equipment called anameter. So this anameter is a combo where it can measure the pH, it can measure the conductivity and TDS. soda dissolved solution. So the water sample data was now compared with World Health Organization and also compare it with Nigeria standard for drinking water quality, so that we can assure that the interpretation we are giving and what we are recommending, it is correct or not. So the result of the geophysical method is here presented. Number one, as a geological sections under a transverse, which is a transverse 1. And in that transverse 1, we find it in the figure 12, and we find a range of resistivity between 5 to 10 meters for the topsoil. When you say topsoil, that is the first layer. We call it layer 1. Then when you move to second layer, it depends. It might be clay, it might be clear sand, it might be sandy clay, it might be sand. So depending on the formation of that area that you are working on. So, and the last one, which is the 5th layer, is the one that terminates the layers, which is of sand. But we find out that there's a concentration of leachate or direction of groundwater flow in the existing borehole that happen to affect it. So these geoelectrical sections, verse 1, verse 2, you have the topsoil. The topsoil of this geoelectric section, they are polluted. That is the first surface. And by the time you move down, you have porous clay, and which is also affected. Then you go to the shades before you get to lateritic soil and sand, where the pollution stops. So that means that the number of years of that refuse dump is not too long. And that is why it's yet to reach maybe 3rd layers and 4th layers in terms of pollution. But with time, it can equally affect it. So the same thing was done in geoelectrical section for transfer 5, where we made use of verse 9 and 10 on top of it. We found that the topsoil of this one was not polluted at all. And we find out that as down to 2nd and 3rd layer, the resistivity value is still high, that did not allow the shade to flow through it. And at the end of the day, when we now look at this transverse 5, we find out that it was a control transverse, where it is far outside the dump site itself. This is the geoelectric section as well. This is the table of interpreted. Okay, sorry, that 5 is a bit polluted in the maybe at the topsoil, but not as much as the first one. Now, we now go into the profile. That is the 2D ERC along profile 1, reveal the topsoil as a contaminant plume with resistivity value ranging from 3 to 34 ohms meter. So when you look at the value of resistivity, is too low. So that shows that there's a contaminant. The region within a lateral distance of 25 to 230, and then later within the depth range of 5 to 20 meters, which correlates with lateral distance of dump waste encountered during the data acquisition. We look at the second layers, which is filled of a laterite soil, that is 74 to 1557, and they are called at a depth of 25 to 30. Then we look at the 3rd layer as well, which is sand. And we find out that the sand is the fresh aquifer investigated area. We conclude here that the leachate poses a future threat of contamination to the fresh aquifer from which most domestic boreholes source their water. Now, this diagram is part of that write-up that we said. If you look at your right-hand side, you see the value of ohm meter. That's the 2D inverted resistivity section. You'll see that it's between 35 and 1,557. Then when you look at your left-hand side, that is the depth that you can go. Okay? When you look at color, we have different colors. You have the blue color, you have the lighter blue, you have the green, you have the yellow, and you have the orange color. Fine. So if you look at the topsoil from distance 75, that's horizontal line. When you look at that horizontal line, from 75 down to 230, you see bluish color. Okay, so that bluish color gave us resistivity below 100. And as a result of that, we find out that it has the shade plume, and that area is being contaminated. And what it means is that if you now dug your well, maybe ordinary hand well is what you now make use of. You know, by the time you dug for 8 meters or maximum 10 meters, you stopped. When you stop, that means you are stopping inside what? Inside pollution, inside contaminants. So all the water that will be coming from that place, they are polluted already. And that's what we'll be drinking, right? So this work helps us to show that for that topsoil, they are contaminated. Now, if you now go below the topsoil to the next layer, you find that detritic soil, which gives us 74 to 1,557. Okay, and that area is now being interpreted as a soil that is lateral, that the pollution there, the migration stop at around 15 meters. Okay, so what it means is that any well dug or borehole outside 15 meters, then the water will be safe to drink. But if you don't conduct an experiment like this, you won't know. You will dug your well at 8 or 10 or 15 and stop. And they say you are drinking water, and the people in the house, they are falling sick today, tomorrow falling sick. You will not know the reason why they are falling sick. So it's as a result of the polluted and contaminated water. So the last layer, which is the third one, give us the sand, which is the most superb layers that you can reach, and you'll be safe from all these problems. So profile 5, which about verse 9 and 10, also give us a topsoil resistivity value ranging from 331 to 1045 ohm meter, with depth ranging from 3 to 6. And the second layer has resistivity value 1045 to 3000 plus. When you look at this one very well, we now infer that the second layer is also detritic soil. The first layer is topsoil, but this time around not contaminated as supposed to be. The third layer is inferred as sand. And this now further support that this dump site is generated the shade, which is an existing threat of pollution to the groundwater exploited by domestic boreholes in the investigated area. So you can see the figure 14. So when you look at figure 14, you can see the topsoil, the resistivity there is very, very high. So there's no the shape plumb. Those little ones you see, they are not, they are contaminated, contaminant, but not as much as the one we saw in the first profile, okay? And the detritic soil also give you at the second layer, and your sand happen to be the third layer, which we call the fresh aquifers, where you can drill to and then get your water. As I've said, for this environmental studies, where we study the effect of dump sites on the groundwater for the people living around that area, we can't stop at a geophysical method. So we now happen to apply geophysical, isochemical. At times it can be geophysical. So what do? We make use of an anemometer, which is an equipment that we normally make use of. So we took some water sample from some wells and borehole around the vicinity of the dump site. Then we package it, and we put the anemometer there because this is an in-situ. If it is a geochemical, that means we have to send it to the lab for processing and experimentation. But for this one, because it is an in-situ, then we have to do the sampling there. So the anemometer was put inside. From there, we get different values of the pH. For the pH done there, we have the value between 6.30 and 8.42. and is generally close to the pH standard value of water, which is what? 7.0. So it's in between of that value. Because by the time you have 6.30 plus 8.420, you divide by 2. So you can see the average is closer to that value. So the pH of the water sample does not indicate extreme values, but are moderate, which is suggestive of no pollution as at the time of investigation. With time, then it can be. The total dissolved solid, that's TDS, ranging from 12 to 222, okay, according to our value. But that of the World Health Organization permissible value must be 500. So you can see that the value is in between, is even far away from 500. So that means TDS is okay. Similarly, we look at the electrical conductivity, which is EC, and the value we obtained was between 24 and 434. Meanwhile, WHO value is 1,000. So it's yet to reach WHO value. That means the water there is still safe to some extent with this EC. So this correlates with the yearly deduction that water from all the bowls have not been considerably impacted by the leachate as the time of investigation. So after many years to that, if they go back, then it's likely that the value must have what? Increased due to percolations of the water that have been polluted from the dump sites. This is the bar chart of a pH level of water sample around Ewe-Elepe. That red one is the value for WHO, okay? And you can see others. It is only borehole 6 and 5 that has a greater value, and 8, sorry, borehole 1, borehole 2, borehole 3 for the pH, and 5 and 6. Only borehole 4 that has 6.3, which is less than the 7. But nevertheless, all these 7.7 point and 8 point is still allowed. Now we move into TDS. So at the TDS map, you can see the value recommended by WHO that you must not pass. That is 500. And the value gotten from borehole 1 to borehole 6, they are lesser. They are below the WHO permissible value. The highest there is 222, which falls at borehole 4, and is far less to 500, about half of it. Then for the EC level of water samples, we can see that for the WHO, the value is 1,000 recommended, and the greatest one is found at borehole 4, which is 434, and all other ones, they are very, very small values. So what does that one tell us? That's the conclusion from there. We make use of two methods here. The physical method that was deployed, it gave us thickness between 4.8 and 11.3 meter. And similarly, the depth of the leachate impact around the study area was found to range from 24 to 48 meter. So the direction of leachate flow in the study area is in the northeastern direction, while the residential area during this time was in the southern part of the dump site. So there are two parallel. So the flow is at the left side, eastern area, while the residential area, it was at the southern area. But in future, if they begin to build houses at the southern area, then they should expect contamination of their oil that they might dug in that place. So the geochemical method also showed that the pH, TDS, and EC water sample collected in Ewe-Elepe are below the maximum permissible limit recommended by WHO in 2008. It is therefore recommended that monitoring boreholes should be established to continually check the flow and accumulation of leachate around the dump sites. Ladies and gentlemen, to say that science and technology has really helped the world is not a fallacy, especially in geophysical transformation. What I just presented is just one aspect of about 5 or 7 major areas of geophysical transformation. So we are going to present all the aspects of geophysical transformation, the number of hours that will be here. Because it has taken place in engineering structures, as I've mentioned. It has taken place in mineral exploration, as I mentioned. It has taken place in oil exploration, and there where oil thefts can be prevented. And it has also taken place in water pollution that we just presented now. So it has empowered the people living in it and has made the world to be relatively stable, balanced, and self-sustaining. In developed countries, science and technologies has helped greatly over there, and it has solved virtually more than 70% of their problems. But in developing countries, we are just starting. So we need to embrace science and technology so that most of the issues confronting us can be resolved and we can get over it. And that is why I know that with other presentations, it's going to address some of the areas that must have worked and some suggestions that will be coming from there. We must acknowledge that science and technology have helped human civilization reach the pinnacle of living. Nevertheless, we must use everything sparingly and in moderation. Science and technology and science misuse can have negative effects. And most of the negative effects is the way they make use of the telephone now. You understand? Yes, and whatever. That's why we have a good use of it. You can use it to track somebody, and they can also use some other equipment like knowledge of ICT, information communication technology, to do a lot of theft and many bad things. But as a result, we must keep an eye on usage and exercise caution for science and technology. There's still room to do more on that science and technology for more improvements and to solve our day-to-day problem. We are just starting. You know, when we talk about motor that make use of fuel, now many countries that have fuel, it seems the fuel are no longer there. And you can see science and technology are coming up with what? Electric motor that can be used, you know, you just charge it. So instead of making use of fuel. So a lot still needs to be done with science and technology. So this is just the starting point, and we can go higher. I want to thank every one of you for listening. This part of the references used. Thank you for your rapt attention, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Lead paper presenter, Dr. J.O. Oka, for the presentation on the topic Science and Technology as Tools for Accelerating Transformation. Indeed, you have spoken at length, and I want to believe that for all our participants, we will have one or two contributions or questions you would want to ask while our presenter was talking. Actually, he mentioned some things which are noteworthy. Without technology, science, he said, becomes impotent. And on the other hand, without science, technology does not exist. But before I allow others or open the floor for people to make their comments and ask questions, I think I have a question for our presenter, sir. Because I remember that at undergraduate levels, our understanding of geophysics has always been limited to oil exploration. But it is apparent geophysics much more than that. In fact, we'll delve more into the aspect of water. And again, I was almost thinking it's like that's just going to be what our discussion will be based on. But in your summary, you made mention of the fact that the field is wide and it covers so many areas. However, back to my understanding then, when we used to think it's all about oil and oil and oil. If I should ask this question, from the little understanding of physics, we know that the density of water is more than that of oil. And so we would expect that oil will float on top of water. I mean, where you have maybe water, you will expect that the water should be below the oil above. But in presenting the paper to us today, and then talking about digging to get to the aquifers and water level and so on, why are we not meeting with the oil first? Why getting to the water? And then what depth are we going to kind of need to be able to explore oil? Those are two questions. Then maybe if I should put a third one, that at your own, maybe now in our respective homes, people can just on their own dig wells and bring in artisans and so on. Can we also do the same thing and just maybe at our own level, in our own house there, we dig and then we get to oil so that maybe that's way we can just become rich overnight? I don't know. So I need you, sir, to just come and explain to us, sir, what can be done in these areas. You have mentioned that 25 meters depth in soil for that particular study area before you get to the water that is like safe for drinking and so on. Why are we not getting to the oil first before the water? Can there be some explanations from the scientific point of view that will be able to help us on this, sir? Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a brilliant question. Thanks for that question. You see, that's why initially I made mention of terrain, where we talk about basement terrain and also sedimentary terrain, which is that of a Dahomey Basin. So to get oil, you have to be at sedimentary terrain. That's one, you understand? So in the water that we firstly mentioned in Ibadan, you know, that's a basement terrain in which you cannot talk of oil. And when you look at most places where you get oil, those are the places where we have what? Water, Niger Delta. Everywhere is full of water there, you understand? Even Lagos here, you do get it. Then outside that, before you can say that you are getting oil, number one, you have to do your geophysical survey study. So at the end of your geophysical survey study, it will tell you what is present underneath the earth. So whatever it tells you is what you now follow before you begin to drill or dig. So you don't just wake up and start digging or drilling and they say you are looking for oil. No, it doesn't work that way. So the way it works is that you do your physical survey. After your physical survey, when you have done your data acquisition, then you now do processing. You know, those physical methods or your physical work entails three major things. Number one, data acquisition. So it is what you acquire that you process, and it will now lead you to data processing. Okay? So it's what you process that you interpret. And then the third one is data interpretation. So when you carry out your physical survey method, whatever you have, whatever you get, whatever you see from the acquired data that you process is what you interpret. So, and you might be lucky, like if it is Niger Delta area now, by the time you do your physical survey there, we find out that there are presence of oil. Do you understand? In that area. So by the time you now look at it, and the depth you are going to get your oil must be deeper than the one you are going to get your groundwater. So when we see traces that, okay, there might be oil here, So the next thing is that we'll now subject it to more of a to physical method that can pinpoint oil in that place. And then from there, you can now look at it, say, okay, whether the oil that we're even getting, whether it is economically viable. That is another point that you still have to consider. Because was it the north that they got the oil somewhere or what have you? But is it economically viable? That's another question. Because if you spend maybe 100 billion of naira, to drill and to get a little quantity of well, that after you have sold it, it gives you 100 million naira. And by the time you want to go back again, right? If you can remember the case of water, they follow the same pattern. So I told us that, like Okebadan, when they dug the well, water came out, but it's not appreciable. So after some time, it dry off. So they have to dig another place. So that is the way to go about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So for our online participants, I'm sure you may have one or two things to say. You will unmute yourself. If possible, some of you have dropped some questions on the chat. You can as well do that. If you have any question or any contribution, either you send it as a chat message or you unmute yourself and then you ask your question. Our presenter is still very much around and they will attend to those questions now. If you have any question, you can please raise your hand and then I'll give you the opportunity to ask your questions or react to the presentation by Dr. J.O. Coker. Somebody? Somebody else? Okay. No, somebody is just clapping. Okay, fine. Yes, Mr. Emmanuel Ikegwe, you can unmute yourself and ask your question, please.
Yes. Thank you so much, Prof, for the great delivery. It was indeed an eye-opener because the issue of water is a very serious case. I want to ask this question. Where people dig boreholes and then they abandon it because there's no more water and dig others and others, is there any implication for the environment, topology of that place? And you know the way Lagos buildings are constructed, one building next to another, and then we're having boreholes here and there. Is there any implication for the dwellers and for the buildings that are constructed over there? Thank you, sir.
That's a good question. I must say that there is a greater implication. That implication, when you begin to have borehole here and there, maybe you dig a well here, you dig another one there, maybe about 3 within a compound. In fact, about 10 years ago, the Lagos State, they wanted to come up with a law concerning digging of borehole, especially in Lagos here. Before they stop, I don't know whether they will still come up with it. About 3 years ago, it seemed they were talking of it again. That before you dig a borehole, you must take permission from the government. So what it means is that the government must come to the site, they must assess the site, look at the borehole nearby and the likes before they can allow you to go on ahead of it to do it. It has implications because when you look at a plot of land, if I'm in a plot of land of 120, 60, or 150, the next person, the same 100 by 50 to my left, and that one 150 to my right. In my own house, Maybe I dug a borehole. The other person do it to my right, another person do to my left. There's going to be problem in future. There's going to be great problem in the future because at that point in time we are stressing the what's it called, the soil and the underground whatever. Okay, so with that, and the one way or the other, the flow. So when the water flow and flow to each other, then there's going to be problem from the underground. And building on top of the surface will bring about more collapse of building. And that is what the government look at, that they now wanted to stop inflation of borehole, because they know that especially in Lagos is sedimentary terrain. You understand? It's not with hard rock. That's what we call sedimentary terrain. So a rock of sedimentary terrain can be likened to the kind of stone that our grandmother, our mother that normally use to wash their leg, black like this with holes, with pores. That's what we call sedimentary. You understand? It's so soft. You cannot compare with all this type of hard rock like igneous rock and the likes. So that's what is in the formation of the surface of sedimentary places. So it will have effect, greater effect, if it is not arrested and controlled. What we expect the inhabitants to do is that if they can go into mutual agreement, but I don't think it can really work. If I have a bowl, you don't need to have a bowl. Then the water can be channeled to your place. They'll get it. But they will insist that they need their bowl. I mean me to say this from my own experience. Where I live, where my house is, I have a bowl. The next house has a bowl. After that house, the next place belongs to me. That I build houses there, and we have tenants. And they were clamoring that they want. By the time we did it, we gave them tank and everything, and we pipe the water underground to them, because I know the implication of having borehole. So after passing the water to them, then we make sure that we control it and give them the water and whatever. But got to a point in time, they refuse. They resist that they want their own borehole by all means. So all explanation, they could not get it. So if a house that belongs to me can resist, how can my neighbor accept? So my neighbor will not accept. So that's where we find ourselves now. And may God help us. Because calamity that might happen in Lagos State after in the next 20 years with this inflation of borehole, mouth cannot talk it. Mouth cannot say it. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So from what our associate prof has been saying so far, that means then, or we could say, with some level of maybe precision, accuracy, if I will say, that some of the collapses we are seeing occurring today might not necessarily be because the structures themselves are weak, but maybe because what is happening at the subsurface level has been seriously stressed. And as a result, maybe the buildings are collapsing. I'm not a geophysicist, but I've only just said that based on what the purpose to say something.
You got it. Is quite right. Why is that? You see, when you talk about collapse of building, because I work in that area at my PhD level, right? When you talk about collapse of building, people normally say that the material you use, blah, blah, fine, is a factor. But the major factor for collapse of building is the host material. We call it host material. Those material can be likened to the soil, to the rock, and whatever that you are putting the building on top. And I used to say, if you are supposed to make 1 bag of cement, you have 1 bag of cement, and maybe according to the engineers, that you should do 50 blocks, 9 inches out of 1 bag. Now, you know, it's okay, I want to prevent collapse of building. I'm going to do 5-5 with the 5 bags of cement. Maybe where they recommended for you to use 12 mm iron rod, You said no, because building collapse, I want to use 22 mm. And you make use of it. And those ones that use the accurate or lesser material than what others, what they recommended, timing would be the difference. All the building will still collapse. Whether you use 10, what's it called, 10 blocks from one bag of cement, whether you use 20 or 50 mm, it will still collapse. But the time of collapse of that one, you use original solid materials, will be far, far, far away. The major problem is the host materials, where the building is on top. That's the foundation where the building is sitting upon. So if the building is sitting upon clay material, we all know clay. Clay material, if you do it the rainy season like this, it will absorb water that percolate down. It will absorb the water to itself and retain it. During the dry season, it gives up the water. So in and out, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, in and out, that has been giving out the water, accepting the water. What's going to be? It's now going to bubble like this. And that's what we bring about tilting of the building, where it's standing on. But if it is sand materials that you put your building on top of sand material, sand doesn't expand. Sand doesn't contract like a clay. It will stay on that top of sand forever, just like that. So that is just the host materials. And you cannot run away from the host material. And you cannot see the host material with your naked eye. We have to conduct geophysical method. But we found out that people building 100 million houses, they don't do geophysical method, which is less than 100,000 or 200,000 naira. And when the building collapsed, then they now start to call for the geophysical survey. So why can't we change our mentality? Why can't we present our wastage? Let's go for geophysical survey before you build your house, before you do water, before you do anything. It will save you a lot of time, agony, pains, and money. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The question.
The reason why it was not being addressed, or when they tell them move from here, this and that, they'll be asking different questions. It is the reason that make us to be a black people. That's why we are black. We are black people. You see, to the white people or to the people overseas, when they conduct an experiment or whatever, and they give a reason, we must not do this here, you will see them, they comply. But here, they won't comply. So, and that's what makes us black. Not until the Okay. What I'm saying is that when Abuja was about to start off, that should be 1988 or thereabouts. 88, 89, thank you, because I remember vividly. There's some work done in Abuja areas by geophysical teams. And what we said was that ice scapa, that is all this high-rise building, is not good for Abuja because of the terrain and the formation that are there. That in the next 50 years, after the creation of that Abuja and with the building, there are going to be many collapse of building. There are going to be many problems in that area. There are going to be many problems. So all this thing was mentioned, but nobody yield to it. So you can see today now, you can see high-rise building, plenty here and there, and we have started witnessing collapse of building now in Abuja that just started. In the next 10, 20 years, I don't know what will happen. So the maximum suggested high-rise then was about 3 floors, and depending on your foundation. But if you insist that you want to go for 10 and thereabout, you can still do it, but provided you follow instructions, recommendations. So your physical method must be conducted, and the civil engineer and all the team must come together. So the reinforcement, the geophysical will tell you the depth that you have to dig before you start your foundation. And at times, the depth you dig might be up to a story building. Look at Deeper Life that was done. It was as a result of geophysical methods. You understand? They have to dug the ground down to a story building. I don't think, did any of you pass through that place when they were doing the work? You will see the foundation down to a height of, I'm 6 feet, maybe about 20 feet. Yeah, about 20 feet. You know, I was going there when the war was going on. When you look, you cannot even look at it. It seems as if you should jump inside. So they have to reinforce it and fortify it for about that 20 feet up to the surface level before they build something on it. That is what we are saying. If you don't do that, automatically one is calling for problem. So Black, we should listen and we should do the right thing at the right time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. On this note, I'm not sure I'm seeing anybody still making any comment or wanting to ask questions. And so on this note, I want to thank Dr. Gio Koka, Associate Professor from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, for the time you have been with us and for the knowledge that you have contributed and the values that you have also added to our lives, as well as, to this conference. It's been wonderful having you, sir. We want to thank you so much, and we do hope that when next we have the opportunity of calling you, you will gladly honor our invitation. And of course, with all that you have said, I think it's advisable I don't build a 2-3 story building. I should just build a bungalow. So thank you very much, Bob. We are so grateful. And on this note, we want to have a little break. And by my time, this is 12:03. We will be resuming back from the break at exactly 1:30 p.m. So after the break, we'll be coming to the breakout session. And we do implore everyone, please, at exactly 1:30 p.m., please let's come back online, and then we'll have our breakout sessions for the technical sessions to commence immediately. Thank you very much. We will see at 1:30 p.m. Thank you all.
Wow.
Okay, hello, we are starting shortly. If you can rename yourself to tell us where you are going, so that we can assign you to the 5 breakup room on the book of the abstract. You have the CA for biological science. SCA for biological science, SCB for chemical science, SCC for physical science and engineering, SCD for mathematics, while SCE for statistics. So please, if you can rename yourself by just attach your group so that will move you so fast, or you mute yourself and tell us where you are going so that we do that quickly. So when we move you, we expect you to join the room. As we move you, you need to do something now. You will be joining the room as we move you. Okay, Dr. Jokuku, that's chemical science. Women of Access 2022, where? Please, you can mute yourself and introduce yourself. Tell us the room you are going, please. Or you drop it on the chat. Okay, Omikuri. Okay, I'll move on. Omikuri, I'm not seeing her here. Okay, okay. Yes, it's not the program for I'm the one that is from HOD. So that's a good deal. When you call Google. Okay, I can move. Let's see. Let's begin to. Oh, I'm not seeing that. I'm always. Which one? This one here. Is there? Okay, okay. I think Dr. Jokubu, which site? Biological. Okay. Astro, is it Astro Abiodun Wadi? Which? Moses Ogochukwu, please, where are you? Which room are you going? Chemistry. Who is Franklin? Franklin. Please unmute yourself and tell us the room you are going, please.
I'm Franklin, sir.
Franklin, okay. Which
Yes,
room,
sir.
please?
CSS 001.
That's chemical science.
No, CSS 001, I think.
And no, just tell us chemical science, biological science, which one?
I'm under physics and engineering.
Okay, okay, physics. Okay, we are moving you. Just quick, you are moved.
Okay.
Can you check your this thing? We have been moved. You need to just ask.
Matthew, sir.
Matthew, okay, Solomon Matthew.
Yes, physics, sir.
Okay, physics, okay. We have moved you already. Just quick
All
and
right.
move. Please, you can mute yourself and tell us where you are going so that we move you, please. This Dr. Mary Okpala, please, where are you?
I'm in SCC.
That's physical science.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please, I'm here to be moved, though.
Okay, please
Matthew.
tell us. Matthew, okay. That's
Physics.
Physics. Okay, but I'm not seeing. Okay, that's Solomon Matthew, Abi.
Something like that, sir.
Okay, we'll move you now. Yes, we have moved you already, Solomon Matthew. You need to accept it. You have been moved from our system. You need to join. You have to touch something to join.
Okay.
Check. You have moved you already. So you have been moved from here. Who is Mustafa Adefila? Please, where are you? Chemical science. Okay. What of Abiodun Ashu? Biology, okay. Let me check. Someone is putting from the chat. Let someone check the chat. Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Kindly move Camille to physics. Hello.
Physics. Okay. Physics. What's the name, please? Okay. Well done, sir. Okay. Camel. Who is Camel? Okay, you are the one. What's the name? Okay. Physics. Go now. Accept it. We are moving you now. You need to accept. Who? To where? Physical. CC, physical science. Okay, yes. Yes, I moved him. They also accept. They also accept. What if I deal with that's okay. Mathematics. I see some name here. Okay, statistics. I don't think I know statistics. Please unmute yourself. If you have any challenge, we are moving to the breakup room. Unmute yourself and talk to us so that we move you fast, please. No, because if you are doing it so that we don't please, can you unmute yourself and tell us where you are going? Yes. To where? Okay. Okay. Then just enter the meeting, we'll move you. I will come. No, it's admit people. Okay, that's the HOD, physical science. Some people have been moved, but they are not joining the meeting. Please unmute yourself and tell us the room you are going for the feminine session, please. Or you drop a chat so that we move you. Chemical. Let's know. Please, you can drop a chat or tell us where you are going so that we move you. Is it going to physics or where? That's moving. I'm moving to physics. Who is doing? Doing biological science. Can you enter the rooms? What is happening in those rooms? Have they started? I want to move on. So mute yourself and tell us where you are going. Mr. Everest,
Room,
room what?
chemical science, room B. Room B.
Okay, okay.
Room B.
Yes, you have been moved. Click something on your photo. We have assigned you.
I said room B with Dr. Ojodu.
Ojodu.
SCB.
Okay, SCB. Okay.
Hello, admin. Take me
Yes.
Hello.
Okay.
room B.
Room B.
Yes.
Okay.
SAB, chemical science.
But I'm not seeing the name. What's the person's name?
It's my own name that I want you to take there. I want you to take me there.
Hey, we have moved you, sir. Check. You're already there.
I'm already there.
Chemical science, abi?
Yes. I am not there.
Dr. Jokuku, abi?
Yes.
Hey, you are in biological science.
No, I'm not in biological, chemical science.
Okay. Sorry, I'm moving back to chemical science. You should be there now. This is our starting. Now this time. They are on. Okay. Okay. Mr. Emmanuel, are you statistics? Abi? Okay, this B. That's B is that's chemical science. Yes, I've moved him already.
Okay.
You can mute yourself and tell us where you are going so that we move you fast, please. See. Okay. Doing, I think we have moved doing already. See. They are coming now. So.
Hello, sir.
Yes, what's the name, please?
Abiona Olabisi Modupe.
Okay, where are you going?
Room E.
Room E.
Yeah.
Room E.
Yeah.
That's statistics.
Yes.
Okay, we have moved you now.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I see some people I've seen on the main thing, they are not moving.
Hello, sir.
Yes, what's the name, please?
Akishola Deni Folusho.
Okay. So where do you want us to move you to, please? Which room?
Group C.
Group C, okay. They have been moved.
That's physical.
Yes,
that room
yeah.
campus, second.
Yes, just press something on your phone. Okay, I'm not moving yet. Statistics, Abi.
No, not start
Yeah, I
physical.
moved you already. Check something on your phone, you have been moved.
Yes, thank you.
Wait. I think I did that before. We can move within the rooms. Yeah, wait. And then log out. Let's come back to this. So that you can also help us to be moving some
Good afternoon,
Yeah.
sir.
Good afternoon.
This is Steph Joe Mbakwe. I have not
Okay.
been moved.
Which room, please?
Group B.
Group B. Okay, you have been moved. Just touch something you have moved.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I'm not seeing it.
Ajayi, please, can you unmute yourself? Which room? Can you add any person? Okay, Ajayi, room C. Okay, noted. Just check your this thing. We are moving you now. Room C.
Hello, sir.
Is it Ubakwe? Where is Ubakwe?
Hello, sir.
Which
Hello,
room,
sir.
please? Yes, Ajayi, we have moved you already to room C. Just check your phone or your system. You will see join.
All right, sir. Yeah.
This Ubakwe, where?
Hello, sir. Mbakwe.
Yes,
I'm
which
to be moved to room B.
room B? Okay, we are moving you straight away. Just check and join there. We have moved you.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. I've seen it.
You are welcome.
Hello, Kikiola Folashade, where are you heading to? Which of the group?
SCC.
SCC, right?
Yes.
You are in.
Good afternoon, sir. Kindly move me to Group B, Nsehemba M. Nchihi.
Hello, kindly move Olopade to room C, physics room.
Hello, any question for Mr. Franklin?
Kindly, Jimo, can you tell us which room?
Olopade Taiwo. Physics
Okay.
room.
Alapade Taiwo, okay.
Physics
Taiwo,
room.
physics room, okay. Just a minute. Dr. Makam is physics, there is a biology. Alapade is chemistry. Abi? That's chemistry or what? Physical science. Physical science.
I think it's one abstract.
Yes.
Where are we?
Taiwo Olopade to physical science.
Okay, physical science. Just check now. We have moved you. Just click again.
Franklin.
Paula, where? Kinde, Jimo. Please tell us so that we move you fast. Ajikwe, is it Ajikwe?
Nchihi.
Good afternoon, Ajikwe. Please, how do I join my group?
Which group, please?
I'm in group A.
That's biological science.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have joined now. Click, check something on your phone. Join. Whoa, okay. Paula. Akande Jimo, where?
Nsehemba Nchihi, room B, chemical science.
That's Paula, Abi.
Paula. Paula
Okay.
is ready. Paula is online too.
Is where? Which room?
B.
Chemical science.
Yes, chemical science.
We have moved you already. Just click on your phone. You'll be there. We have moved you already. You need to click something on your phone to join. You have been moved. Check your phone. You'll be moved. Precious.
Nsehemba Nchihi, group B.
Which M? Is that Precious? I moved you already. Check. You are already there. You need to click something. You have to click something on your phone. You have been moved already. I'm seeing you in room B. Check something on your phone to join. We have moved you already. Okay. I've seen some people not in the. Precious, please, where are you going? Precious, where? Some people are finding it difficult to get to their home. You have moved them already. Precious, okay, I wonder. Have you not entered the room?
Hello?
Yes, I'm meant to be.
Hello?
Biological science. I was wrongly moved to biological science. Hello, sir, can you hear me?
I'll move you to chemical science. Sorry for that.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
We're supposed to be in Group A, sir. Afolabi and Mr. Jimo.
Okay, group A. That's biological science.
Sir.
That's statistics.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'll move you. So just click to join.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So you have been just click to join. Okay. You are not admitting people there. Afolabi, check on your phone. Okay, you have moved. Okay. I moved Dr. Odufolabi. I'm not seeing him. Yes. Which school? Which session? Mr. Evans, can you enter and share? Group A. Well, let's know the slides, sir. Is it Tayo? Okay. Which place? Is it? Can you unmute yourself and tell us where you are going?
Chemistry, SB2. Science B. Chemistry.
Okay. Chemistry, that's Tayo. Is it Tayo, Abi?
Yes, Tayo Kuchei.
Okay, thank you.
SB2.
Okay, thank you. TechnoSpark 5 Pro. Who is that, please? Where are you going? Why would you rename yourself, please? TechnoSpark 5 Pro. Yes. Which one inside? If I've done that. Precious, you have moved Precious before. Which room? Is it Adeleke Ogunbisi? Which room is this? Please, can you unmute yourself and tell us which room you are going for the presentation? Please, can you unmute yourself? Tell us which room so that we move you. This is a main session. You need to be moved to the breakout rooms for presentation, please. Precious, TechnoSpark 5 Pro, Adenike Ogunbisi. Please tell us where you are going so that we move you.
I saw your face. Technospa 5 Pro. Who is this one, please? Please identify yourself so that we can move you. That's true. I'll be Precious. Where are you going to? Precious. Precious. Ask Precious. I'm not Precious.
Mr. Jayoba, which group are you heading to? Hello, Jayoba, which group? Jayoba, which group are you going to? Jayoba, which group?
I'm
Precious.
SCC.
SC what?
SCC group.
Okay, SC.
Construction. Yes.
Who is TechnoSpark 5 Pro? Which group are you heading to?
I have to say you are cool. That's what I was saying.
Hello, Precious. Which group are you heading to?
SCBO 5. Chemistry group. I'm still doing it too.
Who is TechnoSpark 5 Pro? Which group are you heading to?
Is it Dr. Duslo? I move already. She have challenge in connecting. I see they are finished. Maybe no paper again. I move Dr. I move her, but she's not moving to. You can mute yourself if you have any challenge in moving to the room we have assigned you. You make me to move from time to.
Yeah, Mr. Hawa Mohammed Cargo, what group are you heading to, sir? Modiu Mohammed, which group are you heading to, sir?
I have to move you to statistics, Mr. Mohammed. Hello, Mr. Mohammed.
Hello, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Maths, nobody presenting maths. We are moving on mathematics to statistics.
Okay, no problem. Okay, sure, you will connect me to the statistics
Yes,
group.
you will just join. Just check now. I'm moving you to statistics. You just join.
Okay.
Just click on it. I've moved you already. Just click on it. I've moved by Mr. Ogunjari, but I'm not seeing him. This Mohammed, this statistics. Hello. Well, Dr. Dus, I think I've moved her before. I've moved Mr. Ogunjari, but I don't think it's nothing is happening in that. It's only physics. Okay, let me join.
Hello, welcome, Dr. Mary Okpala. Which group are you? Hello, Dr. Mary Okpala. Hello, Olabisi Abiona. Which group are you going to?
Hello. Hello, sir.
Hello, Olabisi. Which group?
Yes. Yes, please take me back to room E, statistics.
Statistics. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Mr. Mike, can you make me a co-host?
Mr. Mike. Mr. Manuel is asking for co-host. Make him co-host. Mr. Manuel.
He is not even here. Maybe he's in another room.
Sir? Okay, should I remove him? Should I remove him? Should I remove him? So I have moved into main. Yes. Have you seen him? Should I put him in waiting room?
Mr. Eba, make him co-host already. All right, Mr. Everest, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Hello, Solomon Matthew. Which group are you heading to?
Physics. Physics.
Suleiman Debisi, we are not presenting here. No presentation is going on here. Someone is sharing on the main session. Okay. Suleiman Adebisi, where are you going? Okay, Mr. Jerry, physical science. Suleiman Adebisi, can you unmute yourself so that we move you? Nothing is happening here. This is the main session. You need to go to the breakout rooms.
Okay.
Where are you going? Maths, physics, chemistry, biology, where? Which session, please?
I'm currently available now.
Where? Which session are you going? For presentation.
I'm at section.
Just send me your department, computer. Which one?
Okay, I was grouped into chemistry.
Chemistry, okay. Check now, move you.
Into chemistry.
Yes. I'll move you already. Click on something on your phone to join.
All
Check something on your laptop or your to join. Breakup rooms, okay. Techno Pop 2 Prom. Who is this person?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Are you hearing too? Hello? What group? What group? What group?
Physics and engineering. Physical and engineering. My number is
Linda, where are you going? Which room? Which room?
Room 2.
That's chemical science.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just check your phone now. I've moved you already. You see it. Just join. You have been moved. Just check something. You see join. Have you seen it? Please, who is 9974117? Please rename yourself. Who is 97411? Are you the one? No, no break. This all presentation should continue. They should take all the presentation. Dr. Joguku. No break. Please, no break. Abi? Yes. All you don't need to do is to leave that place. Yeah, okay, don't worry. I'm seeing you in biological or chemical. Mr. Alvarez, where you are in chemical. Hello. Yes, I think I've seen. You are in biological science. You are not in the meeting now. Have you entered the meeting? Okay. Okay, I think Mr. Ajoku you have seen. Which session? Number, who is Okpe? This Okpe Oluwa, where are you going? Which session, Okpe Oluwa, which session are you going so that I will move you, please? Can you unmute yourself?
Move me to chemical.
Which session, please?
Chemical.
I can't hear you. Chemical.
Chemical. Chemical.
Okay, chemical. Okay, thank you. Just check that I'll move you. Check and join. I'll be moved. So when was it chemical science we were sharing before, biological science? Mr. Alvarez, was it chemical science? We were sharing chemical science. I'm seeing you. Ajay, which room are you going, please? Ajay, which room are you going, please? Okay, C, that's chemical science. Hey. Joseph. Where is Joseph going, please? Joseph, where are you going, please? Joseph, which session are you going? Joseph.
SCCO3.
That's chemical science.
No, as it my number is SCCO3.
No, which section? Chemical science or biological science?
No, what they wrote there is physical and engineering.
Okay, don't worry, I'll move you now. Just check. Just check. Mohammed, where are you going?
Oh, Group B, sir.
Group B, that's biological science, chemical science.
Chemical science, yes.
Okay,
My
just I'll
number
move you. Yes, I'll move you now. Check something to join from your phone or laptop.
Okay.
Just join.
Hello.
Mr. Mohammed, which group are you heading to?
Group B, sir. My network keeps fluctuating.
Which network, which group are you heading?
Group B.
Hello.
Chemical sciences. Group B, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Hello.
I said which group?
Hello.
Group B. Group B.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello. Hello. Mr. Obani. Hello.
Mr. Disero, hello, you're having an interference where you are. Mr. Disero, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
So mute yourself. Mute yourself. You are having an hello, Mr. Disero, please mute yourself. There's an interference there. So I'm moving you back to statistics now. Ibi tó ń wà pẹ̀lú Caro the same place no wà. And I'm making so at the same time. So mo don fa nìyẹn. Share notice. So, Mr. Babidele, you're having an interference there. You're not the only one there. You're having an interference. So that's why you're having problem presenting. So if you're the only one there, better for you. If not, you'll be having same challenges. Okay, check. I'll make you and then. I'll make a low and one venue. I'll make the answer at the same time. This is the room. Okay. Check how many minutes no one you can. Mr. Karim goes. Okay. Hello, Madam. What was her name? Madam Chiwoke. Can you hear me? Madam Chiwoke. Hello. I'm coming. Let me admit somebody. Hello, Madam Chiwoke.
Sir, where are you going? Is it Chiwunkwe? Where are you going? Which room are you going, please? Which room are you going? When she's what's the name? What's the name?
Please, can you hear me? Group
Yes.
P.
Chemical science.
Yes, yes, ma.
Chemical.
Yes, ma.
Okay, I've done it. Check. I moved
Okay,
your
let me accept join.
Precious, where are you going to? Which room? Unmute yourself.
It was network. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Which room?
SCBO 5, sir.
That's statistics.
No, SCBO 05. That is chemistry.
Chemistry, okay.
Yes,
Just check.
sir.
I'll move you now. Just look for a clip to join. Accept and join.
Sir?
You have been moved already. Check. Are you using a phone or laptop?
Yes, I'm using a phone.
Check by towards the you have joined. You see something like breakup room. Just click to join.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Aaron. Oluwo. I don't use his name very. Olutayo, can you unmute yourself? Where are you? Oluwatayo.
Hello, sir. I've unmuted myself.
Where are you going, please? Which hall? Which room?
I am SCE09.
Statistics, Abi?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just check now. I've moved you there. Just accept.
Okay.
Àwọn tó bá wà ní àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé irú gómìnà ló ń jẹ gbogbo wa láyé wọ́n jẹun gidi jẹun.
Òsìkò gbẹ́mọ̀ nígbà tó gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì wọ̀ láì. Kẹ́rin ìgbésẹ̀ máa ń rẹ̀ ìwọ̀n gbẹ́mọ̀ ní pé kò sí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì tó fà. Tí àwọn ọkọ̀ benefit. Bọ̀ tó bá jẹ́ pé àwọn majority ìlú affect wọn. Ìlú kàtà Abacha. Èmi pé Abacha lè mí àwọn ká máa tó fẹ́ God bless Abacha.
Yes sir.
Ó yẹ wíjọ wa.
Tó bá jẹ́ generally.
Ilé ọ̀rọ̀ sáà mi, gbogbo ọjà ó ti náà. Irú ìgbìyànjú ṣe jẹ́.
Irú gbogbo ayé.
Àwọn aláìsàn àwọn ọmọ ìjọ fún Abacha kú. Ó ti fún ní pẹ̀lú àtẹ̀lé àwọn ìjọ fún Abacha kú. Báwo la máa lọ́wọ́ wí pé? Buhari lọ́sọ̀ yìí kí ọ̀dà ẹ̀kọ́ wọ́n wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ẹgbẹ́ mi àgbà náà bá ti káwọn àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ẹni tàbí ìgbà tó náwó ìpínlẹ̀.
Àwọn èèyàn ń jẹ P2K.
Gbọ̀ngbà ẹ̀ Buhari lọ́wọ́.
Wọ́n ló jẹ́ ẹni
ìgbà kẹ́ẹ̀sì tó kọ́kọ́ máa fi wá pọ̀ ní màá. Àwọn ìgbèlè àwọn òbí ìgbèlè.
Bàbá yẹn kò win, ó tún yẹ kó fún ní ó yẹ kí Rivers State PDP chairman wá látọ̀dọ̀ wọn. Wọn ò tún agree nígbà tó ń pariwo, wọn ò lè win láyé.
One down the road, the market people will go round the man down live outside of that. Until we get to a place of a position or a thing, have a shot. Are you saying the not the presidential? Why not you follow it? He said it. You understand me? And maybe normally on that person.
Don't follow Nigerian people expression.
Oh, that was sorry. Do you okay?
Dr.
Look at that.
You need to buy the two. Oh, listen.
And
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello. Hello.
Thank you all for your participation in today's conference proceedings. We appreciate all our presenters and all that had made the proceeding a success. Let's join in tomorrow by 9 a.m. for the lead paper presenter by Dr. Mrs. Opodile by 9 a.m. And then, as we've been told, that our technical sessions will continue by 12 noon tomorrow. Let's get ourselves ready, and I'm sure that at the end of this whole exercise, all of us will be the better for it. Thank you so much for staying put and not just running away. I believe by the grace of God, at the end of the session tomorrow, we will have something to say. I appreciate you for coming. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Do have a great evening.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Yes. Dr. Fudili, we can't go for maybe there is some important, so you need to check. Okay,